Good afternoon to all our friends on YouTube and Facebook. We are at Sepang for round 2 of the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. This is Friday, which means it's free practice day, and this is the second free practice session for the ASP 1000. You can see there is 30 minutes remaining in this 40-minute session. I'm Barry Russell, and alongside me is Yulina for this session, and we'll be with you alternately throughout the afternoon. Yulina, here are the superbikes. On screen now we have the Yamaha of, I think that was Kevin Kubo. No, I'm sorry, it's Kazma Daniel, accompanied by Kevin Kubo, and the Australian Lachlan Epis just behind him. Marcus Reiterberger leading the way. The number 81 bike there is Kevin Kubo, the Thai rider who was in Moto2 and spent 2 or 3 seasons riding in various categories in the European Championships, such as the CEV.
Right, and we have Marcus leading up the lines with a 2:07. And it's just come up on the screen right there, our very own Malaysian Kazma Daniel, who's done a 2:09, about 2 seconds and a little bit more off of our Marcus. Haruki Noguchi comes in 4th and doing a 2:08.8.
Yeah, quiet first session from Haruki Noguchi, and 1.6 seconds off the time of Marcus Reiterberger so far, 13 minutes into this session. We'll see some more from Haruki, and let's just watch again, as the track will be considerably warmer than it was at 10 o'clock this morning.
Yes, we're up by 1 degree actually. It's now 33 degrees Celsius in Sepang right here. And the boys have earlier done 2:07, and we're about the same as well. Still going at 2:07.
Yeah, Haruki just, I think, on that lap improved his time slightly, but he's still 1.5 seconds off. Double winner from Buriram, Haruki Noguchi, and the rider who arguably missed out on the championship last year when he was forced to miss the final round after a pretty nasty injury sustained in a Japanese race at Suzuka. It's Lachlan Epis just coming in to make a pit stop there. Lachlan put in a best time of 2:11.7 earlier on. Haruki Noguchi looks like he's coming in.
Oh, but Lachlan's gone up like 1 second, so just went slightly a little bit faster in the hotter weather, in the hot weather today. So
yeah, he had a crash this morning, so he's doing all right now.
Yeah,
Haruki Noguchi getting some laps in, again running that soft rear and hard front, as I think all the Hondas were this morning. We'll keep an eye on that, because tyre choice can make a big difference. And it's a little bit of an unknown here because about 1/3 of this Sepang International Circuit has been resurfaced since we were last here. Good showing though also from the Thai rider Pasawit Titiwararak. He got the 3rd best time this morning and is currently sitting in 3rd. There we go, there's the machine, the Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa CBR 1000 RR of Zakwan Zaidi. Tyre warmers on, placed at a perfect angle just outside the pit box.
And coming through to the cameras, we see Haruki Noguchi right here, taking that last turn now. And placed 5th and around there as well. Ah, he's boxing in the last round in Buriram, but it seems that he is comfortable and much more comfortable in Sepang, having done a 2 minutes 9 this time.
Yeah, Haruki had a really hard fought, impressive double win in Buriram, so comes here as the leader in the standings. He's a little off colour yesterday, complaining of a virus and a little bit of flu, which he may have shared with me because I've got a bit of a sore throat sitting here today, although it could be the air conditioning. And there is Jakrit Sawang Sawat, number 91, riding for East NJT. Another Honda running, you guessed it, a hard front and a soft rear. So that seems to be de rigueur for the Hondas in this class.
Now Jakrit has dropped quite a bit actually. He was just in the top 10 in Buriram, but it seems that he's gone past that, sitting at 11th right now, 2 minutes 10.891. About almost 3 seconds off of Marcus.
Yeah, although he's improved by half a second on this morning. He's a pretty decent, I remember him a decade ago as a decent 250 rider. I haven't seen him for a while, but there's some definite quality in Jakrit, and as we were saying earlier, this is a really nice team, this East NJT, really nice private team. Atlanip is following him. The rules here have been drafted and crafted to enable private teams to get somewhere close to the factory teams. So Jakrit flying the flag.
Well, but that's 10 years, right, of being bumped up from the 250 to the thousands.
Yeah, I haven't followed his career since then, but I do remember just how quick he was on a light motorcycle. Pasawit Titiwararak, next generation, Pasawit for sure. Had a good rookie season in the sense last year that he started steady and finished really fast, including here at Sepang. He does go well here.
Right, we're looking at Zakwan Zaidi at this moment. He's placed 2nd in the 2nd practice session of the day.
Yeah, he led the 1st session until he got bumped off by Markus Reiterberger, and then Reiterberger had an engine problem which was puffing out smoke from the BMW.
Yep. But
here is the rider who should turn out to be the rookie of the year in this class. That's Andy Farid Izdihar, the Supersport 600 champion from 2022, and getting to grips very fast with the Superbike and the huge difference that is from the Supersport 600. He almost got on the podium in race 2 at Buriram.
Yes, Andy didn't do too bad. He sat amongst the top 3 most of the time when he was in Buriram, but he's gone down to 9th right here in Sepang.
Yeah, we haven't seen it yet. He's got a few things, no doubt, to smooth out, but he's a real quality rider, and he absolutely loves this Superbike. He's one of those guys that carries around the attitude of I was born for this, so he really does love riding this Superbike. So we'll see him improve, I'm guessing, over the weekend. Another notable name we haven't mentioned, indeed we haven't seen on screen yet, is Anthony West.
I was just about to say.
Yeah, he's old enough now to be called a veteran, GP winner, and an immensely skilled, determined rider. He really is the whole package as a rider. And West, when we saw him in 600s, when that was still the Premier class here a few years back, you just knew he would come and come and come towards the front during a race and win. It was almost, you could just hear the theme song from Jaws in the background as he made his way through the field. He's disadvantaged with his machinery this time out, but hopefully Victor Racing will be able to get that Yamaha R1 in good racing shape for him, because you know Anthony West is always going to give it 100%.
Yes, well, he's come up to 8th now, and it seems that he's doing much better than he was in Buriram in Sepang.
Yeah, we're staying with Andy Farid for now. Let's see, there are 7 or 8 riders in the pits currently. Out on track is Andy and Anthony West and Lachlan Epis in the Evolution Sports Group BMW. And here comes Andy's teammate. Zakwan Zaidi gives a little shake of the front as he pulls out of the pit lane. Seems to be going slower than normal. Well, no danger of breaking the pit lane speed limit.
Right,
but
just
he
testing
does
the
look
brakes
like
there.
he might have a problem. No. It's okay. So there are the 2 Gem Blue Yamaha riders. There, the camera focuses in there on Kazma Daniel. Next to him is Kemen Kubo. Cool customer here, but he's hasn't got things going all his own way. Kemen Kubo of Japanese and Thai heritage, in fact.
And we have Kubo right there waving at the camera.
Yeah,
and they're
there's
now
a little,
just
who's the coolest competition going on there.
just having a break while the rest of them come through into the pits. We have Zakwan that just came through, and we saw earlier that he was testing the brakes a little bit before coming into the circuit.
Okay, so Haruki Noguchi looking relaxed, getting his helmet on for another push. He's got a great temperament, Haruki Noguchi. Never seems to be flustered about anything.
It's an Osaka thing. He's from Osaka, so it's an Osaka thing.
Yeah, that's good. And here comes the man at the top of the timing screen, the German Markus Reiterberger. He's a very experienced World Superbike rider. When he came here at the beginning of 2020, he scored a P3 in race 1, which was a wet race, and he won the second race, which was dry. So we know he goes well here.
Yeah, and Marcus also managed to pass Zakwan in his home ground, managing a 2:07. Although Zakwan did place in front of him in Buriram, but it seems that Marcus is taking the lead this time in Sepang circuit. Right up ahead with his BMW from the 1XOX team. We have Zakwan Zaidi after him from Honda Asia Dream Racing, and Pasawit from Astemo-C Racing Thai Honda.
Yeah, Markus Reiterberger really struggled in Buriram. We expected him to put himself straight at the front, and he was quick in testing, but in the races he just didn't quite put it together. In race 1 he placed, in race 2 he placed 6th. In race 1 he was 4th, which is way back from what we expected. There on your screen there is Pasawit Titiwararak. And back on screen and in action now is Zakwan Zaidi. Still sitting second with a 6/10 disadvantage to Marcus Reiterberger for 1XOX TKKR Racing BMW.
Well, we just had a look earlier, right, that he had a small adjustment made to the motorcycle, so we are expecting that he'll be able to surpass his personal best and perhaps exceed Marcus.
Yeah, he looks a lot happier on that CBR 1000 RR than he did last year. They seem to have got the bike sorted out. He did well last season. He won the championship, of course, but he really had to wring that bike's neck to do it. And they were just looking at West.
There you go. That's Anthony right there. Anthony is P9, and he's made it out with a 2 minutes 9, but just pitting in. And we saw him discussing some settings with the crew. What
He gets on really well with that team.
Yeah. What do we expect from Anthony, Barry?
I asked him that yesterday, and he wouldn't give an answer because the bike is new, it's untried, and it's not really a race bike. It's a hopped-up road bike. But he'll be hoping to get into the top 5.
Look, right over here, we have Zakwan Zaidi on screen, and he's improved his personal best by 0.1.
That's progress. Aslan Shah sitting in P3, and Andy Farid. Andy Farid's got the fastest final sector. That's quite interesting.
We have camera.
Yeah.
We have the camera on Aslan. Rider number 25. And he's placed 3rd now, surpassing Pasawit, who was in 3rd earlier, but he's now got bumped down and was seen last resting in the boxes.
So Aslan there, hard front, and I think that's a medium rear he's running. Just watching the tyres, there will be some experimentation because of the new track surface.
Well, Aslan looks like he's going pretty hard.
Yeah, it's really good. We were so happy to see him back on form in Buriram after a real miserable 2022 for him. But the new bike is certainly doing it for him, and we're seeing the Aslan Shah that we know and love once again.
Yes. Well, he's passing the last turn now, about to take that first turn, and we'll be able to see what he clocks. 2 minute 8.3. So that's about still 1 second off of Marcus, but 0.1, a bit more, or a 0.1, or plus 0.1 from his previous lap. That's Lachlan Epis, right, of Australia, I believe, that is just now pit in.
Yeah.
Best lap being 2 minutes 9. 2 seconds off of Marcus.
Yeah, Marcus Reiterberger got the outright lap record when he appeared here last in 2020. That was a 2:04.7. So that's quite an interesting marker to put down, isn't it?
Well, Marcus makes his mark, right?
Yes, you may know.
Right, but let's have a look now at the timings on screen. Now Marcus came through, right, but he's done a 2 minute 12. That's very many seconds off of his best lap earlier.
Ruki Noguchi has displaced Aslan. Aslan's moved down to 4th, Ruki up into 3rd. He's now 0.9 off Marcus Reiterberger's best time. He's topped the previous session, even though he had a technical problem halfway through. But that early time that he did was good enough. Let's just check out exactly what that time was. It was 207.09, so about the same. So pretty good pace from Marcus Reiterberger.
Right, and Marcus has done it again. This time, I believe the responder picked up his timing, 2 minutes 7.9. He still did better in the first session, or in the earlier session. Cameras on Zakwan Zaidi right now.
Yeah, cameras on Zakwan just as Haruki shoved him down to third on the timing screen. Haruki's now within half a second of Marcus Reiterberger's time. This is what you might expect from the young Japanese rider, championship leader.
Yep, but Zakwan keeps it cool and steady, doing a 2 minute 7, which is just a little bit off of Haruki Noguchi. And Haruki has been bumped up 2 seconds now.
So I guess this won't be a fast lap from Reiterberger as he just waved his legs around. This is German for coming into pit lane. Pushing pretty well, Marcus.
Yep, still 2:07, still 2 minutes and 7, and we've got Aslan on screen now. No, we've got Marcus on screen, still from 1XOX, and a variety of bikes in the front line. We've got Marcus from the 1XOX BMW, Haruki on a Honda, and we have Zakwan Zaidi on a Honda as well, followed by Aslan placing himself 4th, also on the same team as Marcus, 1XOX BMW.
They're two pretty powerful teammates, aren't they, Reiterberger and Aslan Shah?
And it looks like Reiterberger has actually surpassed himself, doing a 2:06, hitting a 2:06. It's 2 minutes 6 now, so that's almost a second off of his personal best today and in this class for the ASB 1000s. We see Kazman Daniel getting on the motorcycle, reading his prayers right there before he gets into the circuit again and push out a few laps.
Yeah, and what all of us want to see from Kazma is him to get the bike in shape so he can regain the form that we saw towards the latter stages of last season as Haruki Noguchi comes in.
Yep.
Kazma on his way out.
We've got 7 minutes left on the clock, Barry, and Aslan has just pit in, Haruki as well, and Haruki's just coming out, you said?
Haruki just went in.
He just went in, yeah. And we've got Anthony as well boxed, so the rest of them are still in the circuit.
There's a good shot of Aslan Shah. Let me call him the resurgent Aslan Shah, because we all hoped that would happen this season, and it certainly has. So Kazma powers up the hill there. I do like this Sepang circuit. It's got everything, hasn't it? I've only been around here in a safety car, by the way, but you know what it's like to go around here on a motorcycle.
It's one of the best circuits for me, but I'm biased, so. But it's always a pleasure to not just be in the circuit, but also to watch the action that's happening. And speaking of action, we are now looking at Kazma Daniel. Now, top 10. However, I believe he was in the 600s, right, a couple of years ago. But he's now in the 1000s, and he is proving to be still learning, I believe, being still under 5 positions.
Haruki Noguchi making his way out, going into pit lane. He's going to get another two flying laps in, possibly.
Is that Zakwan that's just pit in?
Yeah.
Yep. Haruki coming through.
Whatever changes he's made, he will test out now. Because there's one more session today for the ASB 1000s at scheduled for 4:30 in the afternoon.
Yep, and as Haruki enters the circuit, we see Kazma coming through first turn. As he leans over, second turn, comes out third, blasts the bike through.
Noguchi is on his outlap, but he's kind of bearing down there on Kazma. So there you are, you can, there's a universal language between, not that they need it, between Zakwan Zaidi and his crew. Unflappable Zakwan, if there's a problem he just works on it. Really, he really has a strong style. I think he's only 27 still, but it seems like he's been around forever. So really at the, probably should be at the, coming to the peak of his career, really.
Oh yeah, Zakwan has been around for a while and been with Bunsu for a really long time, so he's always been one rider to look out for.
So this is the first flying lap for this session since he came out of the pits for Kazma.
Still sitting in the 8th position, managing a 2 minutes 9.404. That would be about almost 3 seconds off of Marcus, our leading German. And we have behind him...
Yeah, that's Haruki behind him. Just look at the different styles there, how Haruki is in much more of a crouch on the bike than Kazma. So Haruki Noguchi starts a flying lap. So Marcus Reiterberger looking pretty relaxed there.
Yep, and is going in again with just less than 3 minutes off the clock for the ASB 1000s.
Yeah, he'll just get a flying lap in. Despite the pit lane speed limit. There he goes.
Yeah, I mean, Marcus Reiterberger has to have it right down.
He certainly does.
Yes. And we're looking at him now entering.
And what do you think he's going to have for dinner tonight?
What? Marcus.
Yeah.
Okay, very. And we go back to our regular program. So we're looking at Haruki Noguchi now, our favorite Japanese from the 1000s, from the ASB 1000s. And he's done really well this time, marking a 2 minute 7.06, actually much better than he was doing in Buriram. He seems really comfortable on the bike. Little aggression there. Coming through turn 5.
Yeah, the style on the bike is all aggression, but the bike just stays like it's on rails. It's the rider that's really putting in the work. It's a really good rider to watch. And that's Zakwan going back out.
You know what I just thought of? Nothing is, well, I don't know if it will work or not, but like, nothing is hard for Haruki Noguchi.
Well, he's a rider that's definitely not afraid of hard work, that's for sure.
Yes, and on the screens right here we have Haruki and Kazma Daniel almost side by side, almost.
Yeah, and if any of our friends listening on YouTube or Facebook missed the ASB 1000 races, both of them from round 1 in Buriram. I do suggest you take a look at them because they were so hard fought at the front. It always looks easy if you see a rider take a double win, but Haruki really had to fight for them. Reiterberger. Yep, that's the start of his last flying lap. He just made it 17 seconds before the checkered flag comes out, so he'll get a flyer in.
Right, and we have number 95 Pasawit behind him, no? I just had a look. Yep, right behind him, right there. It's just past turns 3. I'm going to go.
Yeah, I guess he's close enough to be a target for Pasawit.
If Pasawit makes a pass.
Alina, you're killing me.
It's my job. It's part of my job. You know, it didn't come with your job description, but hey, you're stuck with me now, Barry.
Is that right? So before we get into any more puns, Reiterberger, this is his last lap of the session. He's putting in a flyer. So whatever they've tried, he's trying. He's looking pretty aggressive on the bike. He's got a hard front and a soft rear, which nearly all these bikes have got. Let's try and spot an exception.
Yes, so he has about maybe 30 seconds left before he actually comes through to the corresponding line, or to the responding line, so that they can actually pick up his time before he pits in. But that's it for today. They're already waving the checkered flag for the second practice session for the ASB 1000s. There's markers right there, last turn. And will he make it? It's 2, 3, 4. Not better than his best.
That was a quick lap.
Yeah, but he still made it 2 minutes 6, placing himself first and the leading man in the ASB 1000s, with Haruki Noguchi behind him and Zakwan Zaidi after, followed by Kazuma Daniel.
And here are the results coming up nice and quickly. So it's Marcus Reiterberger again for the second time today at the top of the timing screen with a 206.848. And that was clear of Haruki Noguchi, who came through to second for STG MS Hawk Pro Honda. Zakwan Zaidi for Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa was third. Fourth, Kazuma Daniel. Fifth, Aslan Shah Kamaruzaman. Sixth, Pasawit Titivarak for Astemo S1 Racing with Thai Honda. Andy Farid, Zakwan's teammate, in seventh with a 208.42. And now we're on to the second screen.
Flipping the page, and we have Anthony West, rider number 13 from Victor Racing, placing 9th. Kenneth Kubo, you mentioned a mix of Thai as well as Japanese, placing 10th, 11th, Jakrit, and Hyo Yu Jo, placing 12th from Savitar Team Asia.
And that brings us to the end of this ASB 1000 session. They have one more to go at 20 past 4 this afternoon.
Yep.
We're going to take a little break now, and Yelena will be back with the TVS Asia One Make Championship. So don't go anywhere.
Hello everybody, we are back on air with the TVS Asia 1A Championship boys. This time you're with me in a very smart for a break. So all of y'all are stuck with me. Oh ho ho ho. And just having a look at the results from Thailand, I suppose. We've got Ramdan Rosli placing it first. Rider number 10, and second comes after him is Piawat he's from Thailand, rider number 13, and we also have Muzakir, also Malaysian, with the number 11. At this moment, we're just having a look at the boys having their run on screen. It is the second practice session at this moment. Now earlier today we had we also had a few of the boys like Kai and the rest of them. I don't see him on screen. Oh, I do see him on screen. He's doing a number 8 now, but at this moment we have Muhammad Muzakir leading. And the lap times hasn't come through yet to the screen. We're still on their out lap, I believe. Just about to pass sector 4. There we go. Just past sector 4. And the times have come through, and we've got Vorapong, who did the best, 2:23.588, followed by Kerwin, who's done a 2 minutes 25.497, and we have Kai Ahmed from India, who's also done a 2:25 and just about 0.2 seconds off of Kerwin. Now looking at the previous results from the practice sessions in Buriram, we had Piawat, Zakir, and Ramdan in the front line. This time we have Vorapong, Kerwin, and Kai. Slightly different now, but probably too early to tell. We're just in a few minutes, so this might change. I believe we have Vorapong leading right there. Kerwin just behind him. Now this is a one-make race, so they're all on the same motorcycle, and it's up to their abilities as well as talent to be able to bring themselves forward in the race. We've got Darren now, bike number 14. Done at 2:25, about 2 seconds off of Vorapong, our leading Thai pilot, and we also have Fugo Tanaka placing 5th at the moment. He's done 2:25.8 as well. One of our Japanese riders in the championship and in first. Now, as the results have come up on screen, we've got Vorapong, who's done at 2:23.588. Coming in second is Kerwin from the Philippines, 2:25. And then coming in third and fourth, we have both from India, Kai and Jagan. They have about 1 second gap right in between them. And we see Deki coming through and passing Jagan right now. And he's climbed up to 5th. Muzakir just made it to the top right there with 2:22. I think Piawat has wanted to pass him, but to make it, Vorapong has dropped down to number 3. He's now 0.8 off of Muzakir. Muzakir is leading this class at this moment. 11 minutes and a half left on the clock. Let's see what Apache 310RR is made of. on the screen earlier, we had a look there, quick zoom in on Darren. Now, Darren was 9th in the second practice round in Buriram, but 8th right here in Sepang. So slight improvement right there, and Jagan has dropped out all the way to the 9th position. He was in 5th earlier, marking a 2-minute 24.991. You see on the screen right here our leading Malaysian man in the 310 one-make race, Zakir Muhammad, with 2 minutes 22.487. And we see Deki on the screen earlier. He's done a 224 there. Placed 5th in the second practice session in Thailand. Now let's see now if he can make it to the front. He's very, very close to all of our usual contenders. We see them all coming through now. About to pass the very first turn. And a long straights now. Oh no, they just passed the back right there. A couple of seconds left before they pass the responder again. And we can have a look at the fastest. Muzakir has dropped down to 3rd now, being taken by Piawat, who's done a 222.445. Now Piawat was 2nd in Buriram, Thailand, but let's see now if his skills and his abilities will be able to match all of the boys in a different circuit on Malaysian ground. Ramdan Rosalie in 2nd now at this moment, and it seems like there is no gap at all with Piawat. They're fighting right there. Some of the names have moved out, they've changed. Not an easy race right here. Seems that the first 5 are pretty close to each other, at least the first 4 are pretty close to each other from what I can see. Just looking at the digits right here on screen. We have riders Chirant earlier on screen, right there, but he's done a 229, so that's about 7 seconds off. And sitting in the last place now. He's going to want to do well. He has to bump himself up. There's about 8 minutes left on the clock, so that leaves about maybe 6 laps, 6.5 laps. Just look about him. And right there once again. About lean into the last corner, to the first, to pick up on the timings. We've got Deepak with him in the back as well. Riders from India, both of them running 228 and 229. Hugos come up, 10th to 9th, passing Darren. With a 2 minutes 22.261, and Muzakir surpassed himself and has done a 2 minutes 21 now, leading right again, followed by Piawat and Ramdan Rosli, who is 0.5 behind Muzakir. And then we have Deki right there, which is already about a second behind Parapan. Kai. Then the leading group. Looking at number 6, Kai. And early bit Deki behind him as well. It's just all of them coming through. We have Pia Watt right there on screen. Leaning through. There he is right there, just taking a look back. Slowing down a bit, seems. Might just pit in after this. Feels comfortable. And right in the front of him, that will be Borapan. Borapong, who did pretty well as well in the Buriram round, placed 4th in the second practice session. But it seems he's fallen back quite a bit this time in the second practice session. Some of them are about to pit in. You can see them raising their hands right there. With Pia Watt tucking in really hard, and behind him we have Arshad Mushdi. Oh, and he's just pit in now. Pia Watt has just pit in. Pia Watt has just pit in. But anyways, yes, here we go. And now let's see what's going on, because he did take a look earlier. In the rear, might be some issues right there. I believe Muzakir has boxed as well. Also, our first 3 leading boys have all pit in. Muzakir, who's done a 2:21, the fastest yet in the TBS 1 make. We have Pia Watt, who's done a 2:22, and Ramdan Rosli. They've all pit in now, all 3 of them. We've still got Deki on the track. Deki from Indonesia. For rider number 2. And then rider number 1. Behind him, Borapong. This moment we're looking at Deepak. Some of the boys in the back right there. And who's that? It's just gone wide. It's gone wide quite a bit. Managed to recover. So 14 and 15, we have Darren and Chirant right in the back right there. And we have Deki from Indonesia. Leading, I believe, Fugo Tanaka is at 6th place. A very promising Japanese rider. He's done so much better than he did and recovered, redeemed himself a lot ever since the round in Buriram. He's placing 6th now. 14th, we have Louis Abel Hard, having it hard. He's from Indonesia right there. So Louis also had it hard, and the Buriram round, placing 14th in the second practice sessions as well. Now let's hope for some improvements on his side, because he's 2:27, so that's about 6 seconds. It's quite a lot off of the guys in the front. We've got Fugo Tanaka on screen, 2:23. And rider number 3, our Japanese rider in the TVS 1 Week Championship. So look at him go. That would be Fugo Tanaka. Let's pass now turn 1, 2. And we have Burapong now. There you go, placing 5th. Rider from Thailand. Representing Thailand now. We're gonna make it through, just past the arch right there. And place himself 2:24, still in 5th, behind Deki Aldi from Indonesia, who's done a 2:23. And about 6 laps in now. We've got 1 minute left on the clock. So just a bit more. Now, the first 3 leading boys have pit in, so we don't see them anymore. We just have now the rest of them, Deki, Varapong. Still going out in the pits. Yep. On the screen, Varapong from Thailand, rider number 1. Turn 5, 6. Going to the 7th turn pretty soon. 29 seconds left on the clock, everybody, and we'll see now how this ends. It's got a lot hotter, of course, and with these slick tires, I believe that they are doing a lot better this time around. And it's just a few seconds left. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there goes the checkered flag. So we're just waiting for the rest of them now to pit in, and Varapong has passed about 1 minute and 40 now, so he's got about almost a minute left, or a bit less, before he passes the straight line again. The clock in his timing, and we will be able to end the second practice session for the TVS 1 MIG Championship. Downshifts right there. Slight rear shake. Goes into 15. Puts his knee down. Takes that timing, 2:23. Still in 5th, I suppose, and we see the rest of them coming through now, and they'll start to pit in. We can see the crews as well walking through, going right back to their boxes before the results come up on screen, and I will read them out. We've got Barry next, going for the AP 250, so I will be passing the microphone over to Barry for the 250s later on, but for now we've got Muzakir, Piawat, and Ramdan Rosli in the front. I'm just waiting for all the info to appear on screen. Let them calculate the result. There's still a couple of riders left in the circuit. Let's just wait for them to pit in. So we have just about the same names that did pretty well in Buriram, that are still performing strong as ever up in the front line. We have the fastest, our Malaysian Muzakir Muhammad, who's done a 2:21. Piawat, rider from Thailand, number 13, who's got 2nd place. 3rd place, Mohammad Ramdan Rosli, and then we have Deki Vorapong, 6th place, Arshad, 7th, Fugo Tanaka, Japanese rider from India, Kai Ahmed. Next page, we have Kerwin, the Philippines, right there with a 2:24, but 3 seconds off of Zakir, our leading man. Number 10, Darren from Thailand, Jagan from India, number 12, Tayo Saito from Japan, 13th, Chiran, 14th, Deepak. Right there's some Indian riders in the back, and then we have the last but not least, Louis Abel Hart, rider number 9. So I suppose that these are the rest of the riders, right? We've got 15 riders in this championship. It's a 1 MIG race, so they're all using the Apache RR 310. And this is TVS, one of, or actually the only 1 MIG race that we have, that we should have had for a while now, in the Asia Road Racing Championship. But before I leave, we will still have a lot going on today, as we have the 250s, the 600, the 1000s, and the 150s left for the day. So I'm going to head off for a bit, but I will leave the 250s over to Barry. Thank you for listening. Have a good day, everybody. Stay tuned.
IDEMITSU engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of IDEMITSU. IDEMITSU IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike-proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra-protective Quintec Guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. IDEMITSU IRG5.
This is the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We're coming to you live for Sepang, and the bikes coming out on track are the Asia Production AP250s for their third and final free practice session of the day. It's a 30-minute session, and they're just trundling their way out now. The practice session so far, the free practice 2, saw a 1-2-3 lockout by the Astra Honda team. Not the first time by any means we've seen that, but it was Herjan Atner, Firdaus, Reza Danica RNs and Veda Ega Pratama who locked out now, getting amongst those. Sorry, that was free practice 1. For free practice 2 was Herjan Atner again, so he's the pace setter. You see a couple of bikes running really wide there on the exit to turn 13 to begin their first flying lap. There is Herjan Atner, the rider to beat so far, but in very strong company. The number 54 going through there was his teammate. Very promising, exciting young addition to the Astra Honda team, Veda Ega Pratama. And they're going through. The number 44 is Muqtada Sarapech, currently lying third in the championship after round 1. So still another 10 races to go, including this weekend. But coming in with the advantage is that rider there, number 1-2-3, Reza Danica RNs. Took a double win, which is pretty unusual in AP250. Took a double win in round 1 at Buriram. And he's being tracked there by Tanat Longpliao, one of the new riders in their Thai rivals, the Thai Honda team. It's impossible not to compare Astra Honda and Thai Honda, because they both invest a lot of money in young talent, bringing them through a lot of time and money, and they are supremely successful in doing so. So there is Reza Danica, Tanat tucked in behind him. The rider just coming out there is Ferozi Torakatullah on the Yamaha. Yamahas do seem at a little disadvantage in this class compared to the Hondas and Kawasaki's. But Ferozi, very decent rider. Hopefully we'll see something good from him. Veda Ega, number 54, that's Ferozi following him. Herjan Atner, the fastest rider so far, following him, and behind them are the two IDEMITSU Bunsu Hondas of Ilan Hakimi and Irfan. So looking there, you can see number 44, that's Muqtada Sarapech. She's running next to her rookie teammate, Jakrapat Putisan, for Thai Honda. Jakrapat, in fact, finished in front of Muqtada in race 2 in round 1 at the home track in Thailand. Muqtada now a very experienced, strong rider, always gives 100%. Hugely popular, I was going to say in Thailand, but everywhere where there's an interest in women's racing. She is really an icon, and that's one of the Bunsu Hondas getting out of shape there, going into, that was turn 12. And Tanat, number 11, just on the back of that group. Herjan, 46, 44, Muqtada, 36, Ferozi Torakatullah. Piao just behind Ferozi. So Muqtada a little bit off the fastest times, second or so off the fastest times this morning. She'll be looking to fight her way up closer to the top of the timing screens. Here she comes with another attempt. That's Muqtada. That's Jakrapat. Behind them, Ferozi. And that's Irfan Haikal on the Bunsu Honda behind them. And the number 15 machine there, that's one of the wildcard riders. That's Leong Nancy. Leong Nancy, I believe I'm right in saying, from Hong Kong. Pratama 54 to 23.24 finds himself once again behind the fastest rider of the day in this class, Herjan Atna. 0.6 of a second back to Vida, and behind him Razor. So once again, yes folks, it's a Astra Honda 123. Behind them is Muqtada, but she's 0.9 down from Razor, who's currently placed third. So you can see a real big advantage being shown. However, there's only 9 minutes past in this free practice session, so a lot of work to be done. Qualifying, of course, for the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship takes place on Saturday mornings. So that's when the gloves will really come off. Now monitoring Tana, number 11. Herjan Firdaus, number 46, still sits at the top. There he goes, hard up behind Irfan Haikal. And that's another fastest lap for Herjan Atna, who extends his position at the front of the field. It's 0.15 ahead of Reza Danica Arends, who's moved himself up into second. Vida Egger behind them. So there you have it. The Astra Honda 123. Muqtada still sitting in fourth, some way adrift. 1.99 slower than Herjan Atna. There's Herjan. There's Haikal on the number 41. Putting in a good show for Haikal. Currently sitting in 7th. So decent showing from him. Young rider for IDEMITSU Bunsu Honda, making his way up, gaining experience all the time. But the only riders to challenge Herjan at the moment are his teammates. About 0.15 of a second on Reza Danica, the championship leader. Looking further down for some news, Irfan Ardiancia, the number 16, who went really well in practice this morning. We have one of the Bunsu riders down there. Let's see which one it is. And if you're looking at that dust on the track, that was from an oil spill from this class earlier this morning. just 10 minutes into the very first session of the day, there was an oil spill, so the evidence remains. There's Vader Egger, number 54, his teammate and timesheet leading partner there, Hergen. There's Kawasaki behind them. Can't see which one it is. But behind the three Astra Hondas, Mukladar still holds station. No change there in the gap. And her teammate Jakrapat just behind her, and Aiki Iyoshi, who was previously the lap record holder here, behind them. The lap record, when we get into the official time sessions of qualifying and racing, those will tumble, because the previous lap record was held by Aiki Iyoshi when these bikes were running kind of hybrid road and race tyres. They're running slicks now, so you can see Hergen's time 2:22.5, Aiki's lap record 2:25, so that's quite a big difference. Another factor could be resurfacing here at Sepang International. There's Mukladar being tracked there by the number 19 machine of Idlan for Bunsu Honda. So Irfan nudges up inside. Mukladar pulls out of the way. She's not interested in a fast time on this lap. Idlan putting the work in. He's just about 15 hundredths of a second behind his teammate, Irfan Haikal. Riders having a look around. We're approaching the halfway point in this session. So number 19, Idlan. '20, Jakrapat. No change there, relatively slow laps that time around. The Kawasaki we were looking at just now, that's the Kawasaki of Liu Chunmei, the rider from Taipei for Moto Sniper Manual Tech. 3 bikes in that stable, Irfan Ardiancia and Aiki Yoshi being the other 2. Aiki 2 seconds off the best time currently, is the best of those. One rider injured this morning who won't be out. That's the East NJT Racing team, Li Ruiyun, another rider from Taipei. She's gone to hospital with a suspected fractured elbow after her tumble this morning. We're looking at 2 of the Thai Hondas there. I think that's Tanat Longpeao, number 11, and Mukladar Sarapurch. Mukladar best effort so far is a 2:24.5. She's not going to break it this time around. And just going off, definitely not. Just going off into the greenery there, and then back on. Jakrapat going wide there. Idlan going up the inside. May also going up the inside, so he drops back. Ahead of them is Mukladar Serapurch, quickest of this bunch. But it looks like these riders are going to pit this time around. Yes, they are. As we might expect at this stage in the proceedings. Being about just over halfway through the session, there's 12.5 minutes left on the clock. It's Tanat, number 20. Number 19 is Idlan Hakimi, heading for the Bunsu Honda pit. So now's the time to pit. There are 6, 7, 8, 9 riders in the pits, probably more to come. There is Irfan Ardiancia. Very quick, he was second in the previous practice session this morning for AP250. 600 racer last year for Astra Honda. Come back into AP250s and doing a really good job of it. He's a good racer. He got a little overheated in round 1 and earned himself a disqualification in race 2 at Buriram, but you can expect him to be amongst it. Alone in the shot there is Reza Danica Arens, championship leader, 2018 champion, and the man who lost the championship last year to Andy Mohamed Fadli simply on a countback. They were even on points after 10 races that we had last season. Here goes Reza, currently sitting second. This isn't a fast lap for him. A fast lap for most of them, to be fair. But good pace, yeah, that was about the third best time of the day. Thoughtful rider there. If we pan out, we can perhaps see who that is. Yeah, that's Idlan Hakimi. Idlan currently sitting 10th on a 2:26. So that's 3.6 seconds adrift of Virgin Atna, who remains at the top. And there's a rider just gone down there. It's a nasty looking high side. I think he locked the front, got out of shape. Not sure quite how he did that. It must have been under acceleration, but he's gone down. I think that's one of the Honda Racing India machines. Let's just take a look. Perhaps we'll come back to that, but he's hobbling away. Hopefully he can walk that off. And there's the number 193 of Nguyen Duc Tan, the Vietnamese rider that we got used to seeing for a couple of seasons in Underbone 150s. Now good to see him stepping into AP250s alongside Cal Vietnam. Senior rider definitely for the Vietnamese, the sport in Vietnam. So a lot of riders in the pits at the moment. Good solid work from Reza. What you can see here, and you'll see it again when he crosses the line next time, is that he's got really good pace. He's just metronomically knocking off those laps. At the top, the order is still Urgent, Reza, Veda Ega, Mukladar, her teammate Jakrapat, 6 Aiki Yoshi, and a decent showing from Irfan Heikel for IDEMITSU Bunsu Honda. Tanat Longpliao for Thai Honda, in P8. Irfan Ardiancia. Sorry, Irfan Haiko. No, Irfan Ardiancia, the number 16 in 9th place. That was Nitian, I think, for Victor Racing. We just saw going through there. Another Chinese rider in the series, which is great to see. There is the distinctive machine there of Warit Tongnopakun for East NJT Racing. Really decent rider him, great history. He's running with Ferozi Torakatula and Chihiro Ishii, Japanese rider. Chihiro is running for, as you can see, the colours there. That's the third of those bikes in the SDG Hot Pro Racing colours that are more familiar perhaps in the Superbike class with Haruki Noguchi. So they've brought another bike into ARRC this season, which is very welcome. Hopefully there'll be more to follow. Chihiro currently placed 20th. Her best lap is 2:29, close to 2:30. I think that's Ferozi on your screen there. Ahead of them is Wahyu Nugroho, riding for Yamaha Indonesia. Wahyu Nugroho, we know he's a good rider too. There goes Warit. There goes Wahyu, and behind them Chihiro Ishii. Good riders for her to follow. I think this is her first trip to Sepang. So you have Warit at the front of that group. Wahyu just wriggling his way into second. Ahead of Ferozi. Ferozi takes that back, so a little rehearsal going on out on track. And Chihiro Ishii watching from behind. Still no change at the top. It is Hergen who topped both the earlier sessions today. Reza Danica, Vida Ega, Muqtada, Jakrip, Aiki Iyoshi, Irfan Haiko, Tanapat Lungpliao, Irfan Ardiancia, and Idlan Hakimi rounding out the top 10. Looking at top speeds here, the quickest bike through the speed trap in the session has been Vida Ega, an Astra Honda. Let's compare that with the Thai Hondas. Thai Hondas 190, 187. The Indonesian Hondas are newer, I do believe. It's a slightly newer, upgraded model that hasn't reached Thailand yet. So I believe. There is Muqtada talking about Thai Hondas, just ahead of Idlan Hakimi, the number 19, Malaysian rider representing, of course, IDEMITSU FIM Honda. And behind Idlan is Jack Ripat, now in front of him. Still no change at the top, 3.5 minutes remaining before the checkered flag is shown at the finish line, but a whole bunch of Hondas trundling around there. Let's see if somebody's going to make a lunge up the timing screen. So Jack Ripat, number 20, first into turn 13. Followed by Tanat, his teammate. And no change in the order, but enough time if they keep this pace up to do another 2 flying laps. Mukadar in the middle of that group, and Irfan Haykal at the back of it. Irfan Haykal in P7, decent showing from him. 2 young Bunsu Honda AP250 riders making their way up the overall order in this class. And there's 2 of them on the screen, currently in 7th and 9th, running together. 41, Irfan in front, Idlan just behind. They are of course on their home track, so maybe feeling a little bit confident, but if Bunsu Honda selects you as a rider, you must be something special, so I'm confident we're going to see these riders progress during this season. Running nicely in tandem. I think that's Muqtada Sarapuch just in front of them, so not a bad target to chase. Yep, that is Muqtada, just the third of those 3 Thai Hondas who are also running together. Let's look at manufacturers here. The fastest non-Honda is Aiki Yoshi, who's 6th and 2 seconds adrift of Herjin. Where it goes through. So that's the 96 bike. 96 bike of Alif Adamsia, the Indonesian wildcard, and we've got a glimpse there he is, of Kevin Samar Kintel, the Indian rider new into this class, new into Honda Racing India. He has come through the Honda Racing India system. They have a national talent championship sponsored by Honda where they use the 250 NSF bikes. So he's come through that and earned himself a ride here, and he is currently 11th on the timing screen. There is a Nguyen Duc Tan, 193. There he is, Vietnamese rider. And as we often say, it's good to see a mix of riders from countries without established motorsports record, and cutting a path for future generations, perhaps, as Cal Vietnam has. Speaking of whom, Cal Vietnam, he is out on track, but he's down in P18 in the session. And there comes the checkered flag, so this will be the last time across the line for this group of riders. Headed, I think, by, not sure, but as those riders come across, there's been no change in the first 10 or 11. There is Cal Vietnam just going through, so he's banked at P17. He's currently 5th in the championship after round 1, and he is a quick rider. He's got one of the new model CBR 250 RRs. And there's one of the Motul Sniper Kawasaki's. And that is Irfan Ardiancia, surprisingly far down in this session, in 10th, 3.3 seconds adrift of Herjin's time. He managed a 2:23.5 last time out. So he didn't reach the same level this time, nowhere near it. So more riders, more Hondas, as you can see, the red and white from these long shots. Basically what you can see is that they are Hondas. And then there's some green bikes, which are Kawasaki's coming across the line. But what a day for Herjan Atner. Topped free practice 1, top free practice 2, and now he has topped free practice 3. And there it is, it's official. Herjan Atner Fardaus. Best time 2:22.578 for this session. He beats his teammate and championship leader Reza Danica Arens. And the third Astra Honda rider there is Vega Eda Pratama. Fourth, Mukladar Sarapuch. Fifth, her teammate Jakrapat Putisan. Sixth, Aiki Iyoshi. Seventh, Irfan Haikor. Eighth, Tana Leong Pliao for Honda Racing Thailand. In ninth, Idlan Hakimi. Good session from him. Irfan Ardiancia. Quiet session from him. 11th, Kevin Santar Quinto. Making some progress there. Wayu Nagroho in 12th. Wildcard Alif Adamsia in 13th. 14th, Warwick Tongnopakun for East NJT. Quiet session from him. 15th, Ferozi Torakatula. He can do better too. Next screen, Watcherin Tub Timon for East NJT. Another good rider down in 16th. Cal Vietnam, another good rider. 17th, Chiro Ishii, rookie to the class. 18th, 19th, Nguyen Duc Tan. 20th, Liu Chun Mei. 21st, Mohsin Paramban. Leong Nancy from Hong Kong in 22nd. 23rd, Nitian, and the injured Li Ruiyun for East NJT Racing. No time for her. We hope she will recover quickly. So that's the last we will see today of the AP250s. Their qualifying session will be tomorrow, scheduled at 9:20. But we're going to take a short break now, after which Yulina will come back to talk you through the Supersport 600 third session of the day. So stick around. This is the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
Day, everybody, and we are back with the Super Sports 600. You are still with me, Yurina. Very fortunately. Now, Barry has left the commentating to me for the Super Sports 600. So let's see what we've got here. In the last practice session, in practice 1, earlier today we had Kip Pawi, rider number 89, first place. Helmi Azman, who's done a second. And we have Nakarin, rider from Thailand, rider number 41, who placed third. Now, from all the practice sessions that we had this morning, let's have a quick recap of the timings. Karagiram Pawi did 2 minutes 9.864, followed by Helmi Azman, who is about almost a second off of him. And we also have Azroy from the second practice session. Actually, he did 2 minutes 10 also. And now the riders have just gone on the circuit. They've passed sector 4, and we see the first couple of timings just came through on the screen. Rider number 1 right there, P1. We have Ratapong. From Yamaha, Thailand. He's managed a 2:13. And Shah Juntong, China, I believe. The rest of the timings are coming in. We've got Khairul Idham Pawi, our leading Malaysian boy from Bunsu Honda Racing. He's got it at 2 minutes 9 for about 0.1. Yeah, about 0.1. Yeah. From what he's done earlier today, Azman right behind him, off also from the blue team, Honda, his teammate right there. We have Nakarin, who also did pretty well today in this session. Earlier in the morning, Honda racing into Toyota, but he's right behind me, Asman right there, 0.7 off. Also having done a 2:11.895. We have Galang next from Yamaha Indonesia, 2:11, and Azroy has dropped quite a bit down, sitting number 5 now, but he's 2 seconds off of Kip. So right on the screen at this moment we have Nakarin, rider number 41, not knackered from the last session. So Nakarin is not knackered from the last session, and having marked his best lap in this session at 2:11, and this would be the 3rd practice session for the day. So let's see how much energy they've got. Coming in 4th, Galang, we just talked about him, 99, and rider from Indonesia, and we have Ahmad Afif, 2:12, sitting in 9th, P9 at this moment. Now, in the last round in Buriram, we saw Khairul Irampawi also leading, followed by Kito Abe from 1XOX. And then we had Azroy Hakim placing 3rd, but it seems that the tables or the motorcycles have turned this time around. 22 minutes left on the clock. And right there, we have on screen our 3 riders as displayed: Nakarin, Galang, and Ahmad Afif. Khairul's clocked in his best time at 2:09, but this next one he's done a 2:10, so about a second off of himself. Followed by his teammate Helmi Azman, also 2:10, about 0.4 off of him. So we can see the lap times kind of dropping quite a bit now. Later in the day, this is already their 3rd session, or 3rd practice session. So they've got a really good feel of the circuit now, supposedly. And it all just depends now on how fit they are. Can they withstand the heat? And it looks to me like it won't be raining later this evening. It's still very sunny, and we are experiencing, what kind of weather are we experiencing in Sepang at this moment? About 33 degrees still, so about 1 or 2 degrees, a bit more, a little bit hotter from earlier this afternoon. And at the moment, 3:49 p.m. They've got 20 minutes left on the clock. All these guys, Kip still leading in the front, and we have right there Ratapong, who just pit in. Yamaha Thailand's so Adinanta right there, 8th. He's dropped down to 9th, doing 2:12. I believe he's just passed the 1st and 2nd turns because they're just about getting his timing right there. Minute now. And Adinanta's dropped down to 10th right at this moment. And we had him about 11th as well in the 3rd practice session in Buriram, Thailand. So not looking so great there, buddy. Takes the lead into the corner. Goes uphill, 5, 6. He breaks quite a bit right there, leans in, goes into 6, 7, 7, 8. Powers up through, goes into 9. Brakes and gets into the sharp left 2:39. Doesn't look so promising for Ananta now, as he basically just stayed in the same position. He's remained in basically the same position as he did in Buriram. So let's hope to see some improvement from the Astra Honda Racing team. On the other hand, in the front line, we still have Karolina Pawi leading. Ratapong has pit in. The rest of them are still out there. Oh, okay. Suppose that Karolina Pawi is about to pit in because the respondents have picked up 2 minutes 20, which is about 11 seconds off of his timing. So there's either an issue going on there, or he's just about to pit in. Together with Helmi Azman, his teammate, and Azroy as well. 3 of them in the front. Azroy on the other hand, still going off. Okay. Times have come up on the screen. And we have Minamimoto placing 7th with a 2:11.65 from Yamaha Gen Blue, 1 of 2. And his teammate Ahmad Afif Amran behind him, rider number 50. Yamaha Gen Blue just right behind him, but just about a second off of his teammate. And is Azroy Hakim about to pass the 4th sector? Just waiting for this to go off. And Karol Pawi has made it with 2 minutes 9, his fastest lap, and went down about a second today. Coming into the evening, I guess you could say that it's been almost a whole day now. They've done 2 practice sessions for the evening, and they're just about to finish up this evening. Now, what's up with Jerry Salim? All the way in the back. Now he was top 6, P6 in the 3rd practice session for Thailand, but all the way down right now in Sepang. So he's pitting as well, together with Andi Fali from Indonesia, Ratapong from Yamaha, Thailand, and Shajun Tong is boxed as well. Victor Racing alongside Panasorn from Honda Racing Thailand. And we also have Ahmad Afif, who's also pit in. The rest of the guys, and Karolina Pawi still defending his position at number 1. We see him right there, just past the last turn. Turns in, goes into turn 1. Alright, together with Helmi Azman, hitting pretty hard there into turn 2. And we see Kip takes a look back. And what's going on right here? We have Nakarin. It's pit in right now. And he's done a 2:11 this time, his best lap. Now Nakarin got 3rd, I believe, in practice 1. So what's happened right here? He's already dropped like 5 places down. Motorcycle or rider? You tell me. We're still at Helmi Azman on screen. He guns it down, tucks it in, downshifts. Dangles his leg there, just a Rossi dangle. Comes out of the turn. Camera is still on Helmi Azman. And he's recovered quite well from the Thailand round, I believe. And he also placed 2nd earlier today a little bit before the afternoon. It's done pretty well. Yep, so we saw earlier Helmi Azman just passed Kito Albe, who's sitting in 4th right now. Marked himself a 2:11, and the rest of the boys have pit in now, it seems. Okay, with 13 minutes left on the clock. Jerry Salim out. Is there an incident on the circuit? It seems that everybody is pit in. This must be a red flag. So let's have a look now at what's going on. We see the crews of the Bunseo Honda right there. And that would be Jerry Salim. Still in the circuit. He's doing fine, thankfully. So very few last turns, I hope. But it seems that most guys have pit in. According to the digital timings that we have here, the indicators. Howie right there. Looks like he's had a really long day now. It's a really long day for all of them. It's the final practice session for the Super Sport 600 boys. And we're still looking at Jerry Salim from Astra Honda Racing Team. Those are our leading boys from Bunseo Honda. All have pit in. 11 minutes left on the clock. It's 3:58, 2 minutes to 4. Right. So Jerry has dropped down by quite a lot. 6th in Buriram in the practice sessions, but 11th right here. On the 12th we have Andy now, and he doesn't seem too happy with the rear, I suppose. Is that what they're discussing? And Andy is 12th in the 3rd practice session from Yamaha Racing Indonesia, and he's done a 2 minutes 12. Now Andy has done a little bit better in Buriram in the practice sessions, placing 8th, but this time it's kind of went down a bit, quite a bit, by 4 positions. He's 12th now, so it's got to be all settings right there. 13th we have on screen Ratapong, just about less than 15 seconds until he passes the arch, and they'll pick up on his timing. Last turn 1, about to get into turn 1, passes the straights, long one right there. Seems like everybody else is pit in. Hanastorn is out, no? Yep, that was just the rider we saw from Honda Racing Thailand. Rider number 15, he's just gone out now. 10 minutes left on the clock. So, some opportunity right there to improve your timing. And out with him is Nakarin as well, his partner in crime for the season. And Ratapong just made it with 2 minutes 12. Still 3 seconds plus off of Khairul Idham Pawi, our leading Malaysian from Bunseo Honda Racing Team. We got Andy Muhammad Fali who's gonna give it a try again. Sitting right below, just before Sha Juntong. And he's 2.3, almost 2.4 off of the leading boys. Now Kito Abe did a little bit better than he did this afternoon, placing 4th this time. And I believe improving a couple of seconds off of his timing from the earlier session, from session 2 of the warm-ups and practice. But he's climbed up about 2 positions now. Pretty great. Looks like he's keeping it more than consistent. Cameras on Minamimoto now. And Minamimoto-san was number 10 in Buriram. However, number 7, so climbed up 3 positions this time around. As you see him getting comfortable on the bike there, kind of slowing down a bit, no? Staring at the brakes. What's up? Doing the look back. You okay there, buddy? Downshifts. Takes a turn. Well, it's good. That's some good improvement, climbing up about 3 positions from Thailand. But yes, he also did pretty well, placing 4th, just right behind Bunsiu Honda. Tough competition right there for the one of 2 Japanese riders in the Super Sport 600 Championship. Downshifts now. And comes out the turn. Last turn, I believe. Comes into the straights. We're getting into turn 1. Goes all the way left. It seems the Bunsiu Honda guys are going for it again. Getting suited up right there. 5 minutes, 30 seconds left on the clock. So any chance of improving their time is about now. So looking at Galang, that's a pretty good improvement. He's 5th now. 5th right now in session 3 of practice today. And he was basically almost on the bottom, He placed almost on the bottom, 12th, 13th, when he was in Buriram, but climbed up about 5-6 positions now. So seemingly more comfortable on the bike. And we have our Bunsiu boys just coming out of the pit. Coming to turn 1, taking it slow, like an out lap first, gunning it much later on. Yeah, and we see Khairul Idam, Pawi, as well as Azra Hakim on the screen. Just some friendly competition right there within the team. Now let's hope to see them together as well. Be interesting to see them compete against each other over the weekend, having been together for a while, for a few seasons. Their downshifts with the rear moving around, Playing with the rear quite a bit there. Khairul Idam Pawi, having competed in a few World Championships now, but with very exciting and I suppose comfortable results in a very comfortable position in the Asian 600. And we've got Helmi Azman on screen now at this moment. It's just come out of the turn right there. Sharp turn there. Into the last, I believe. Coming out. See him tucking in as much as he can. Passing through the arch. And we see Helmi Azman again. Just about heartbreaking. Taking turn 1 and aggressively going into turn 2. Elbows and knees down all the way. Came out wide a bit there. Okay. Comes into 4, 5. Now dangles his leg. 6. Now what's going on with Sha Jun Tong? From Victor Racing, the only rider from Victor Racing. He's done a 2:15, a 2 minutes 15. Sha Jun Tong. He's also done a 2:15 in the last session, but he's improved by 0.2 this time. So, but let's hope to see some results on the Yamaha. Still with Helmi Azman on screen, rider number 32 from Bunseo Honda Racing. He's done a 2 minute 10 today. That's his best lap now. About 40 seconds or less to go before we see if he has improved or not since the last session. But we've got less than a minute left on the clock, counting down now before we end the Super Sports 600. So looking at the timings, maximum speed about 255 kilometers an hour from Khairul Idam Pawi, and 255 as well from Azroy Hakim. So these Bunseo boys are doing pretty well this afternoon for the final session. 15 seconds left until we end practice 3 for Super Sport 600. Now Nakarin has it really tough now, because he placed 3rd in the previous practice session, but he's all the way down in 6th now. So from Honda Racing Thailand, and the Bunseo Honda boys do give a good fight, so it's going to be a very interesting race this weekend. Let's see if there are any contending riders that can come close to our Bunseo boys. Marking 2 10s now. Khairul Idam Pawi as well as Azroy Hakim Anwar Helmi just behind them. 2 minutes 12. And they've begun to wave the checkered flag now. And we're looking at our 2 Thai Honda Racing boys, Nakarin and Panasorn. Now Panasorn was number 5 today in practice 2, and in his home ground number 5. So not much changes, I guess, but dropped down about 3 positions in practice 3 in Sepang. So let's hope to see more from the Honda Thailand boys as the Malaysian Honda boys are leading and leading pretty well. Gaps are pretty close as well. It's just 0.4, 0.5, 0.1 actually, 0.4, 0.1 between the three of them. However, they're both doing about 2:11, so that's a good 2 seconds plus gap right there. And they've now passed the checkered flag. You see a group of them. They're about to pit in, I suppose. Before we have a quick look at the results for the third practice session. And coming up next, we will be giving you a quick sneak preview of Miyagi. Our next round being held in Sportsland Sugo Circuit in Japan. Right, just waiting for the times and the placements to come up on the screen. We've got a rider left on the circuit now. Come on, buddy, pit in. Pit in. We want to play the Miyagi ad. You doing all right, buddy? Right, just one more rider right there. There we go. Super Sport 600. Khairul Irampawi still the leading man. 2 minutes 9. We have second place Azroy Hakim. Third, Helmi Azman, both his teammates from the Bunsu Honda. Fourth place, Adenanta from Astra Honda Racing. Kito Abe, our Japanese, from 1XOX on a Yamaha R6. Nakarin from Thailand, Honda Racing. Number 7, Galang from Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Number 8, Ratapong from Yamaha Thailand. Next page. Right, and we have Panasorn from Honda Racing Thailand. Number 9, Minamimoto-san. Number 10, as well as his Malaysian teammate Ahmad Afif Amran. Number 11, both from Yamaha Gen Blue Racing. Number 12, Jerry Salim from Astra Honda Racing, quite far back there from his teammate. And another Indonesian, Andi Muhammad Fadli, number 13, Yamaha Racing Indonesia. And last but not least, Shah Juntong from China, from Victor Racing, rider number 222. Right, now before we kick off into the next practice session with Barry for the ASB 1000, we are going to go to Sportsland Sugo next, Japan's largest motorsport venue, right in Miyagi, located in the northeast of Honshu Island. Our next round will be held on June 23rd to 25th. Catch all the action right there. Now, the team is going to play a quick peek of Sportsland Sugo. Take it away. Okay, guys, and that would be our little treat from Sugo. And we'll just have a quick break now before Barry jumps in and join me again for the ASB 1000. Don't go anywhere. And we're back right now, and Barry's with me. We're looking at the ASB 1000 last practice session for the day. We've got Haruki Noguchi, who's just passed the 4th sector, I believe, no? Right there. He's looking at the timings on the screen.
Yep, and a little prayer from Kazma, and away he goes out of pit lane. This is a 40-minute session, and we're just 3.5 minutes into it. But one of the first out, clearly, was Marcus Reiterberger, who topped both sessions so far today. For, of course, 1XOX BMW TKKR racing team. Aslan Shah's also out there, and on your screen there, the distinctive white and purple East NJT Racing Honda of Jakrit Swangsawat. And there's Marcus Reiterberger right behind him.
Yep, so Marcus Reiterberger making his mark right on screen as well as in this race. And okay, so Marcus made it earlier with the Marcus made it earlier with a 2:07, I believe. Yes, with a 2:07. And let's just see now.
Yeah, he actually broke in. Sorry to interrupt. He broke into the 206.8, so he got into the 206s. The only rider anywhere near it, really. Haruki Noguchi came in with a 207.4, so that's quite a gap Reiterberger earned for himself. But the early man at the top of the timesheets is Haruki Noguchi.
At this moment, just for the moment. Yeah, but you interrupt me all the time, Barry, so it's fine. It's fine. I got this. We've got Zakwan Zaidi now, just past the 4th sector, managed a 2:07. Now let's have a look at the rest of them. They still haven't clocked in yet.
Yeah,
right.
Reiterberger putting in some quick sectors. Pasowit up there too.
Yep. On screen we still have Haruki Noguchi making a break right there.
Yeah.
Zakwan Zaidi.
Sorry, Zakwan into the 207s.
Right, so Zakwan makes it. Zakwan from Honda Asia. He's had a really good start today. And a very positive start of the season so far, placing 2nd in practice 3 in Thailand, and today he made it in 3rd. So just been really comfortable, looking really comfortable on home ground, no?
Yeah, big early improvement there too from Lachlan Apis, who was on 209s I think in the last time out. Yeah, 209.1 was his best time. He's already into the 208s in this very early stage of this session. So good job by the Evolution Sports outfit.
Yep.
Aslan Shah, 4th, 208.8.
Yep. And Lachlan is right there just behind Aslan. Well, let's just have a look. He's climbed up quite a few spots now, comparing to what he did earlier. P8 in practice 2. In practice 3 now, he's sitting at P5. So a lot of improvement right there from the team. Good communication.
Yeah,
counts.
Yeah, what I want to see, maybe there's a transponder problem, is where is Marcus Reiterberger?
Yes.
He's got
So
3.
we're just waiting for him right there. I think he's got one more sector to go.
He's had that there for a while.
Oh, there he is. 205. He
Impressive.
managed a 205. Very impressive from our German, or from our only German in the ASB 1000s now, beating his very own personal best. He managed a 206 earlier, 0.8, and he's basically just shaved off a second off himself. So Marcus doing it right. Marcus Reiterberger doing it right. We've got Pasowit behind him, who basically passed Zakwan Zaidi 2 minutes 7, and Zakwan's behind him right there, 0.3, and then followed by Haruki. Ah, there you go, just changed a bit on the screen. Yep, and Haruki just dropped down a bit because Aslan just passed him, overtaken him, doing a 2 minutes 7.9.
Yeah, Haruki a bit off colour this weekend, carrying a cold or some kind of virus like that. Hopefully that won't hamper him. I don't think it will. I think he'll come through in qualifying tomorrow if he doesn't indeed pull the pin in this session. But good showing from Pasuit.
Yep. Because Haruki, you said, wasn't feeling too well today?
Yeah, yesterday.
Yeah, so Haruki Noguchi is feeling no Gucci today. And we've got Andy Farad behind him, alright, from Honda Asia Dream, okay, and he's picked up a 2 minute 8. That's 3 seconds off of Marcus. Okay, now Marcus has really made his mark now, alright, having done a 2:05. No, he's doing really well today, actually, beating his personal best all throughout the entire day. Guy is doing great, and the screen just went blank on us, okay, and we've got Aslan Shah back on screen, and going into the first turn now. Placed himself at number 4.
Yeah, Marcus Reiterberger didn't really put it all together in the first round in Buriram, with a 4th and a 6th place finish, having run close to or at the front in the early stages of both races, but he wasn't able to hold it there. Surprising, you might say, for an established top endurance racer, but one of the things he said was that when you're endurance racing, it's different to riding absolutely 110% all the time. So he does need to recalibrate a bit for these shorter races.
Yeah, but Guy definitely knows how to manage his energy and his how do you say, physical capacity, because he's really made it out quite well, surprisingly, at the end of the day, beating his own personal best. But he's gone down now by quite a bit, 2:07. I think, rest assured, he will definitely be in the front line. P1 leading the rest of the boys for the ASB 1000s this weekend. But apart from that, we look at Kazma Daniel, that's dropped down quite a lot. He's sitting at number 10 now, doing a 2 minutes 9, 2 seconds off of the leading boys. What's up there, Kazma? From Yamaha Gen Blue.
Yeah, seems like the same problem, whatever it is. We think it's something to do with his bike setup, maybe electronics, that plagued him at Buriram. But it's disappointing, not only for him, but for us, because we know Kazma can really set the place alight, especially here at his home track. So hopefully they'll be able to get that together. That's the privateer, Jakrit Swangsawat, on your screen there. And there is Haruki Noguchi, the little eyes under the visor and the big eyes just above it on the helmet.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. Yeah, got an ice pack right behind him here. Just a quick discussion before he goes out. Again, talking about the rear now. See how he feels. Probably jump back in.
Gloves off.
Yeah.
Wipe of the brow. One thing that, if you'll notice, I think, about that pit as you move around, Yelena, is that they're really calm in there, those guys. Despite the excellence that they're putting out on track and the storm that is Haruki Noguchi, there's a real sense of stillness in that pit box.
Yeah, so we've left the pit box for quite a bit now, and cameras are back on Aslan Shah, placing 3rd this time, about almost a second and a half off. Oh, he just went wide there, no?
Yeah, running mediums in this session as well, as we see them. Let's do a little check on the tyres that these guys are running, because there was a lot of hard front medium rears in free practice 1 and free practice 2. It looks like Aslan's running mediums. There is Zakwan, He really puts in the work, doesn't he? Currently P4, 1.5 seconds adrift of Marcus Reiterberger. What we'll see for qualifying tomorrow is them using qualifying tyres. Dunlop produced them for last season for ASB 1000 and Supersport 600. And around Sepang, this long circuit, they should knock at least a second off these lap times. And if you look at the official records here, where they put the fastest lap ever and so on at the bottom of the timing sheets after each session, it's Marcus Reiterberger, Marcus Reiterberger, Marcus Reiterberger and Marcus Reiterberger. And his fastest qualifying lap record was 204.762 back in 2020.
Perfect.
And tomorrow he'll be on qualifiers.
Yes. No, and looking at this now again, Marcus actually improved his timing once again in this session by 0.1. So he is on fire.
And running such a good pace as well.
Yes.
That bodes well for him and badly for everybody else.
Yes. I believe that he will definitely be leading the ASB 1000s this weekend. The rest of the guys are about a second off of him now, and on a 1000 there is no chance that you can catch up. So
yeah, there is Zach Guan. He this is his home track, but it's not his favourite track, it has to be said. He loves the kind of really aggressive stop and go kind of tracks like
Phillip Island and stuff, no?
Well, particularly what he mentioned is Buriram, Chang International. He really loves that track.
Yes, very quick track, no? Yeah, because they're doing about 1.5 minutes there, I believe.
Yeah.
Instead of 2 minutes here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is one of the longer laps anywhere in the world for top class motor racing.
Yeah, well, it is an F1 circuit, and I believe that it's one of the more technical, harder circuits, actually. I also believe that most of the F1 and MotoGP riders talk about the heat. They always talk about the heat, so that's why the results tend to come up different for F1 and MotoGP riders. You don't see the ones, or you don't see the riders or drivers who normally are up in the front finishing about the same positions in Sepang because of the heat.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the bike, the shape of the bike of Zach Guan. We saw him squirming a lot under acceleration in the last round. He seems to have ironed that out.
Yeah, and speaking of ironing out, they are having a look at Haruki Noguchi's bike now. Just for him to go out. As we saw earlier, he was having a quick chat with the crew members about his bike.
Yeah, and who's that behind Zach Guan? It's Lachlan Apis for Evolution Sports Group. Best time of his here at Sepang, 2:08.
Yep, with Anthony West just a little bit behind him, 0.1 from Victor Racing. I believe in this class, Anthony is the only rider from Victor Racing.
That's correct. Yeah, they're running an R1. It's a road bike. They just tweaked up a couple of weeks ago.
Yes.
And they're taking it racing here. It should be quicker than the bike they had at Buriram, which was a few years old.
Yes, I remember, Barry, that we just spoke about this earlier today in session 2 of the ASB 1000s, that Anthony is still testing it out and still getting a feel of the motorcycle, so he is still learning about the motorcycle.
Yeah, well, the time looks deceptive, but I'm sure he's wringing its neck. He'll be determined to get up there. He's so well known. He's so popular, especially with his compatriots. Got a massive global following. People admire his grit, his attitude, his way of overcoming adversity, and so on.
I mean, guy is honest. I gotta give it to him. I like him for that. So And a very outspoken rider as well. And we see Zakwan pitting in at this moment from P4. Yeah, he's pitting in. Let's see what's up there, because earlier today he was checking the brakes quite a bit. And that's Laklan Ipis, I believe, yes?
Laklan once again doesn't seem to be worried by sunlight, does he? That clear visor, it's good for us.
Yeah.
And Andy Farid is the heart. He's keeping station in P6, which is pretty much where we saw him earlier. P7. I think he's got more in the locker. He knows Sepang pretty much as well as anybody else here, despite being from Indonesia, but as well as competing in this series. He's competed last year in the Malaysian Superbike series, right? So
yeah, he's doing pretty fast. He's flying because he's the only one out of everybody that made it with the average speed of 293 or 298 was that, I believe. So he has the fastest average speed amongst everybody else. And then we have Kazma Deno just behind him, who's climbed up quite a bit. The ladder, he was 10th earlier, but doing a bit better now with a 2:08.
yeah, 3 riders bunched up. Marcus is well ahead of the rest, but Pasuit, Aslan, Zakwan are really bunched up nice and tight, and Haruki just behind them. In fact, 0.7 behind them. And Andy Farid just behind him.
What's going on with Kemin Kubo? So he's sitting at number 10 now. But Kemin's, I believe, was 8th in session 3 after practice and warm-ups in Thailand. But it doesn't seem to be doesn't seem to be too comfortable this time around in Sepang, no? Doing a 2:09, about almost 4 seconds off of Marcus.
Yeah, Yamaha Gen Blue will be hoping for more from him and from his teammate Kazma, who we would have thought before round 1 would be in line for championship contention. There is Kemin, right on cue.
Yep, there we go.
Another graduate of the VR46 Academy. There's been a lot of riders from Thailand have been through there.
Yep, and it shows in his riding as well. Takes the corners calmly, comes in right there, leans in.
Yeah, he doesn't get right off the bike, does he? Like a lot of riders of his age.
Yes, he's got a very distinctive riding style. Look at that. Very comfortable, less aggressive than the rest of them. Our Thai and Japanese rider, and we have on screen now about to come in.
Yeah.
Pasuit, right?
Yeah, that's Pasuit. Good job from him. He's the best of the rest if we discount Marcus, which we can't. But if we could, he would be the best of the rest. So really good performance from him. He does go well at Sepang. He looked to be threatening a podium before he had a mechanical problem in round 4 last year, which was the penultimate round.
Yeah, but Pasuit is doing much better in Sepang rather than his home ground, placing 5th in his home ground, but 2nd right now here in the ASB Thousands in Sepang circuit. So there's been a lot of improvements on the motorcycle. Him, it could be. And who are we looking at now on the screen? Passing.
That was
ARRC.
Kemin just gone, yeah. And we got a wild card there, the number 16. That's Tiaoyu Joe, sorry, not a wild card, regular rider for Savitar. Local support for him. And what a nice guy too, I met him yesterday. And he's got Marcus Reiterberger.
Yep, Marcus about to take him, I believe. pass him. And there we go, Marcus just passes him. About 220 now he marks after passing Tio Joe sitting at 12, sitting at P12. Might Marcus spit in, or he'll just continue this lap and prove himself to be the reigning king of the ASB 1000 for the Asian Championships.
Well, he may put his wind it on again just to try and demoralise the competition a little bit more. But a real quality rider.
Yeah, but he is an endurance rider, and it shows. It shows.
Yeah, the races are a little different because you see some of the newer riders like Passawit, they need to prove themselves over the full race distance. Marcus Reiterberger, it'd be unfair to say he needs to prove himself, but after Buriram he needs to show that he can really pull the pin and give 110% in a short race.
We still have Aslan in the 3rd place. Oh no, he's pitting now. Yes, he's pitting now together with Zakwan Zaidi. At this moment, they're still showing Tio on the screen from Savitar Team Asia. I believe Tio has raced in the national championships for a while, no? MSBK.
I believe so, yeah.
Yes, and he's now come up to, I believe, have a go at the Asian Championships.
Yeah.
Tough one right here, but at least he can see where normally or generally he can see where you stand, but generally you can see where you stand having come from a different level or a level below the regionals. Now this is regional. This is now the regional championship, and we've got riders from all over Asia.
Yeah, for Joe yesterday, he said that it was a conscious effort to push himself to the next level coming into here.
Yep.
And so he's certainly doing that.
Marcus just went off the gravel for a bit there. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what plagued him in round 1, was that he ran off a few times. We thought maybe he was having braking problems, but it seemed to happen too often.
Yeah, there's always that physical demand that comes from racing. It looks easy on screen, and we're just commentating, but it's always harder to be in it. So there's always multiple variables of what might be. One can never know unless you're riding. But Marcus has done pretty good so far for the day, so I guess we can excuse him for a bit this afternoon. Haruki Noguchi coming in 5th, doing much better this evening. Rider number 73, one of, I guess, one and a half of the Japanese riders right here in the ASB 1000.
Yeah, a good style to watch as well, contrasting to a lot of the others. He really gets right off the bike. The bike doesn't move, doesn't slide around too much. Haruki does all the work for it with his body.
I believe Haruki won the last round, no? Or
Double win.
there you go. Yep.
Double win, and despite missing the last round of 2022, he only lost the championship by 3 points to Zakwan. So he missed 2 races, lost by 3 points. So he did come on strong. He won his first race in ARRC in round 2 this time last year. That was his first top of the box appearance, and he had another win here when we returned in October for round 4. So he's good here. He always goes better on race days.
Yes. Well, it is just a practice session. Very early, too early to tell. It's still Friday. We've got Saturday and Sunday. 2 days of races for each class. And there's a lot to anticipate from these guys. We've got 2 races each day for each class. So you can always see the difference that they make during races. Of course, racing is completely different from when you're riding by yourself in practice sessions.
Yeah, Haruki Noguchi just getting the laps in. Back there with Passawit Titiwararak. Not quite as aggressive on the bike as Haruki. He comes across the line and he's still in second place. He didn't improve that time. That was a second off his best time. But I think what we can see about Markus Reiterberger is that his pace is also really good.
And we're looking at Passaway right now, making passes. And, well, not exactly making passes, but yes, dangled his leg right there, gets into the left turn. And we're looking at some promising results from Passaway, doing much better than he did in Buriram. He's climbed up to second now. That's a lot. It's a lot of improvements. So I believe that he made a lot of improvements on his motorcycle. He probably feels really good as well. You can tell he's really comfortable just hanging off right there.
Yeah, this is a nice collaboration between Astemo S1, a storied team in Japan, and Thai Honda. Passaway having come through the Thai Honda kind of academy rider development system. He is a really good rider. Haruki Noguchi coming up to finish another lap. What is he going to show this time? It's another 208, 208.2. That's not going to do anything to his position because his best time is 207.9. So he's maybe having a bit of a race rehearsal just by getting in a load of laps. Back with Passaway.
Yep. And he just slid the rear quite a bit there. Coming into the last corner. Or getting into the second long straight of the circuit.
I like the distance of this run to the line, Yelena. It seems to be just about right. You're enough to get a little bit of slipstream, but not too much that perhaps the higher powered bikes will get too much of an advantage. Here goes that man from Germany again. 205.849. That's about 1.5 seconds off his best ever lap around here.
Yes. No, but a guy deserves to rest for the afternoon now. But you can tell that he's still trying to push it despite it all, and he's done really well. Marking, as you mentioned, Barry, 2 minutes 5.849. His best for himself, and beating his own personal best for the entire day. Even though it is already the third practice session, we've got 9 minutes left on the clock. And these guys are still going really hard. Apart from Andy, Lachlan, Kazma, Anthony, West, and Kevin Kubo, who are boxed, the rest of the guys are still going pretty hard. Turn 2 there, coming out of turn 3. Gassing it from Markus Reiterberger.
Yeah, we've got 8.5 minutes left. There's nobody out there who's on a quick lap at the moment.
Yep.
We'd like to see one from this man, Aslan Shah Kamaruzaman, multiple ARRC champion. I wouldn't want to say how many championships he's got and risk getting it wrong, but he won the very first ASB 1000 championship in 2019. Had a real difficult time of it last year with last year's model BMW. This year's BMW suits him a lot better.
Well, hopefully it suits him enough to bring him the results, or the desired results. But as we can tell now, he looks a lot more comfortable right here this season on this new BMW from 1XOX.
Yeah, you can see when he's really enjoying himself on the bike. He kind of gets forward. He gets forward on the bike, dangles his leg. He's happy with the back sliding around under braking.
Yeah, about 3 climbs up from the last practice session in Buriram. So definitely a lot of improvement there ever since the new bike.
Yeah, I think ARRC fans were over the moon to see him take up a P2 and a P3 in round 1. The message being Aslan is back. We can look forward to some entertainment from him because he really does deliver. How are we doing this time? Nothing. He was just cruising. Yeah, running those mediums. Let's do a little tyre survey while nobody's on a really quick lap. Lachlan Epis is pushing a little bit on this lap. Yeah.
And Marcus is boxed. I think he's done for the day. What do you think, Barry?
No, I think he'll come out again. Look at the angle. And also his work rate.
Yeah.
Do you think his technician's German?
I believe so, yes. Yes, I believe so. And he's just explaining right there.
Yeah, they do have the official team there from BMW Motorrad. And here is Ant West.
Yep, and Anthony just did a quick look back right there. Still giving it a go. Sitting at number 9 though. But still better than what he did at Thailand. Downshift right there.
Yep, hard front, soft rear for Ant West. Coming, he's just watching the rider coming up behind him to make sure he keeps clear. That was Aslan,
Yep,
I think.
it was
Yeah.
Aslan that just passed him. Yep, wants to pass him.
Well, he shot past him,
Yep.
but now Aslan's backing off.
Yep, and kind of went off the track a bit there. I think he might be in now.
Sure looks like it. One of the things I really like about Aslan is that he's such a pro. He knows when to put in the effort, when to back off and save his energy. Let's just look, I think Lachlan, no.
Yep, slowing down and Aslan is just boxed. He's just boxed his lap.
Yeah, Kazma on a decent lap, but not enough to put himself back in contention. So 4.5 minutes remaining and Aslan Shah comes into the pits. Marcus also in the pits.
Yep. And there's really not much difference from practice 2. For Marcus, of course, still placing himself in the front, but Zakwan has now replaced Haruki, being in second P2 now. His average speed 294.3 kilos an hour, kilometers an hour, and Pasowit has made it to 3rd place. So that's a lot of improvement for Pasowit.
Yeah, look how tight it.
On the motorcycle as well.
Yeah, sorry, Lena. Look at the gap between Zakwan in 2nd and Aslan in 4th. Nothing but to choose between them.
Yes. Yeah, but no changes for Marcus. But apart from that, sitting in the other top 5, the names have now been flipped around. So
yeah, Zakwan's back out, so he could get. Let me see. He's going to be good for 1 flying lap.
yeah, any of them I think will be good for 1 lap left. As we have 3 minutes on the clock, it's now 3 minutes to 5 p.m. The second last practice session that we have before we finish for the day with the UB 150.
Yeah, I think what Zakwan's up to now is getting the best possible setup for the next time he'll be on track, which will be for qualifying.
Our qualifying starts tomorrow at 8 a.m. Don't miss out on the action. I will be introducing the day, and Barry and I will be conducting the interviews and commentary. So make sure you stay with us for the weekend.
Absolutely. If you're anywhere near Sepang, entry is free to this round of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship, so do come in on Sunday. There will be pit walk. The ARRC pit walks are absolutely brilliant. It's like a little carnival right in the middle of the race weekend. The riders enjoy it too. So it's very accessible. Incredible quality in this championship, but also the riders, the teams, they make themselves really accessible. Zakwan starts his last flying lap,
there
and
we go.
Lachlan
has just had a fall.
another tumble for him. That's his second of the day. Neither of them serious, but he's improved today, so I guess he can shrug that off.
Yes, well, something must be lacking for Lachlan somewhere, right there. That's why he had that fall.
Make it stop.
No, but there we go. Bikes went off of him, and thankfully he's come off the bike quite quickly now. A very quick reaction from him. He's let go of the bike, came up standing, and let's have.
Yeah, that's Ant West,
Yes.
fellow Australian there.
Another Australian. Right, since Lachlan just had a tumble, and just looking at Anthony.
Yeah.
He's put himself up to 7th now. He's climbed up to 7th.
Yeah, that's good. He's got one more flying lap, and there's.
Is that Zakwan?
I think that's Zakwan. Yeah.
Yeah, is that Zakwan?
Yeah, number one
right
on
there.
there.
In the gravel.
Yeah.
Right.
So tumble from him. So he was experimenting with something before qualifying, and it didn't work out. He was on a flying lap when he slipped off. So trudging there, but no real pain in that gate.
Yes, I mean, I'm sure that Zakwan didn't exactly want to fall.
Yes, I'm sure.
But there we go. We've got the marshals right now coming through. I think the session is ended for him, as well as the entire session in general, and that is the end of it, guys and girls, for the ASB 1000. I believe they're about to flag the checkered flag now, and we still just have Anthony West. About 1 minute left for him until he crosses the arch, so they pick up on his timing.
Yeah, Westy's pushing now. So he's got his, he's getting a wriggle on now, and West. It's his last hurrah for Friday for FP3. 3 practice sessions for ASB 1000, for Supersport 600 and AP 252. But no real surprises there. If there's anything, I'm a little surprised that Andy Farid and Haruki Noguchi are not a little bit further up the order.
Yeah, well, they've dropped down quite a bit actually compared to the first and second session. But having said that, it is already almost the end of the day, as we've seen these guys now complete their practice sessions twice, so might get a little bit tired there.
Yeah, there was Ant West crossing the line. There's Casper Daniel finishing well down, unfortunately, because he knows how to set Sepang alight, or indeed any circuit.
Yep. And that would be Kazma Daniel. Kazma Daniel just casually marching down straight. And before everybody pits in, and we'll just end the session pretty soon before we see the results on screen, and Barry can take over and end the session. Here we go.
And indeed, here we go. Marcus Reiterberger topping that session convincingly with a 2:05.849. Second, reigning champion Zakwan Zaidi for Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa. Third, good showing from Paswit Titivarak again. Aslan Shah, fourth, 2:07.3. Haruki Noguchi, fifth. Casper Daniel, we were just talking about, in sixth. Andy Farid is the Zakwan's teammate for Honda Asia Dream Racing in in 7th and 8th. We saw him coming strong in the later stages, Anthony West for Victor Racing MLT Yamaha.
Right, the next slide, we have 4 remaining riders for the 1,000 We had a fall earlier today, just a bit ago. 2 minutes off the mark is 10th, Thai Japanese rider, 11th, Japrit Sat, 12th, Ijo. Now, that marks the end of the ASB 1000. Before we end the show, I would like to pass everything over to Barry, and he will end the day today with the UB150 boys.
We're looking forward to that. They'll be up in about 6 minutes from now, so don't go anywhere, and we will see you then.
IDEMITSU engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of IDEMITSU. IDEMITSU IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec Guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. IDEMITSU IRG5.
We are back on track for the final time today with the second free practice session for the Underbone 150s. You can see them just making their way out on the warm-up lap, the out lap, before they get down to business. So this will be a fairly quiet affair around this long lap for these bikes at Sepang. This is Friday and therefore free practice day for the second round of the 2023 IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. And the story of free practice 1 this morning was that Nazrul Izzat, the Malaysian rider for Uma Racing Yamaha, topped the session with lap time of 2:33.6 from perennial favourite Ahmad Fazli Sham from Akir Aziz, the returning champion who had a season in AP 250s and has now returned. He was third best. And Shafiq Rasool, winner of race 1 in round 1, was fourth quickest, and fifth quickest was Hafisa Rofa of 1XOX TKKR Racing, who won race 2 at Bury Round. So out of 3 riders, they've taken 2 wins out of 2 races. Fazli Sham, how is he going to answer that this weekend? You can never tell, but you know he'll be in the mix and he'll be working hard for it. Regarded as very much regarded as a legend by younger riders coming into this category. Nice shot there of turn 13, the final turn of this Sepang International Circuit. We're here just outside of Kuala Lumpur. And coming into shot there is Haziq Farouz. Haziq Farouz on the Uma Racing, the purple coloured bike there. One of the Malaysians. There's 2 Malaysians for Uma Racing and 2 Filipinos. They share a garage. And there is Shafiq Rasool, number 122. If you're looking at those 3 green bikes and wondering how do I tell them apart, well, Shafiq Rasool has a purple coloured number on the front of his bike. And if you're wondering why I'm telling you that, it's because when they're in a race situation and there are 15 bikes bunched together within about half a second of each other, that sort of information is important. He's being followed there by number 38, which is Wawan Wello, who we've seen several times in the Asia Road Racing Championship. He's a regular rider this year. He's come into the Pitts Bike JRT Tech one-way racing team, formerly the team of Izzat Zaidi, who narrowly missed the championship last year to Wayuaji Trilaksana, who we haven't seen yet on the screen, but we surely will. He was one of the fast riders in this morning's session. Wayuaji was in P6. We're talking about a field here of 26 machines. So Waman Wello, 38, followed by Shafiq Rasool, race 1 winner in round 1. Shafiq the Malaysian, Waman Wello the Indonesian. Bikes spread out there. Let's see if we can pick out some more. There is the number 43 bike. That's April King Moscado carrying the flag for the Philippines. Behind him, one of the Indonesian riders, that Nguyen Antoine. But April King Moscado had a very good first season in Underbone 150s, finishing 3rd over the course of the year and putting himself as a regular podium contender towards the end of the season. Those guys crossing the line now, and it is April King that takes an early advantage on the timing screen, and Wawan Wello just behind him. And here we go, they're all the orders changing now. Shafiq Rasol has jumped to the top. And there on the green machine there is, I think that is Hafisa Rofa. There is Hafisa Rofa, the number 24 machine. I'll just look for the colour of the number there. Number 24, the red colour. You spot the colour before you spot the number. So that's why I'm coaching you, my friends, and ARRC Underbone fans, so you can pick out as much of the action and as much of the detail as of the action as possible. Hafiza Rofa has quite a CV. In fact, we were talking to him yesterday trundling off the side here. Didn't catch the number there. Oh, I think that was might have been Murabil Vitoni for the LFN team. Anyway, back on track. There's plenty of bikes left out here, of course. There's the number 111 of Nguyen Hu Tri for Honda Racing Vietnam. Honda Racing Vietnam have been in this category for some time now. There goes Hafisa Rofa, the red number, the red chin on his helmet. Leading that group and then running off wide to let those riders go past. Tactical run wide that was. Now there's a group of 5 riders coming across the line. Sorry, coming up to turn 12, and there is the quickest man from this morning, Nazrul Izzat, and that's Fazli Sham going up the inside of him into turn 13. This could be something of a rehearsal because there are many lines around turn 13, and they're coming up behind Iqbal Amri as they approach the line. Great shot there from Haziq Farouz, number 17 bike. Thank you to him for carrying the camera. Nice work with some authentic bobbling around on the surface. Nazrul, number 87. Fazli Sham, number 46. And number 17 there is Haziq Farouz. Back with Haziq. Haziq Farouz for one of the 2 Malaysian UMA Racing bikes. There he is, number 17. So Fazli Sham just at the left of your screen there, coming into shot, and behind him I think it is, sorry, now in front of him is Shafiq Rasol. Shafiq Rasol there going past Haziq Farouz. So number 178, that is Nguyen Antoine. Second season in this class for the Vietnamese. Shafiq Rasol heading the timesheets now from Nazarul. Wawanwelo coming up strongly in third. They're all running on 235s. Fisa Rofa fourth, Akid Aziz in fifth. Akid Aziz riding for Cardinals Factory Racing Team. 2018 ARRC Underbone champion. And there's Haziq on your screen leading that big group of riders. Hafiz Arofa peeling in just behind him into turn 13. Another rider going off into the pits, just out of shot. So here comes Haziq. Across the line this time. Any improvement? No, not that time around. And that's Wayuaji Trilaksana, the reigning champion, down on the edge of the circuit there. Doesn't look to be any damage to his bike or to his good self. He won the championship last year for 1XOX TKKR. Yeah, there is a bit of damage there. The clip-on has bent down at a nasty, awkward angle. He's trying to yank it back up, but I think he's going to have to come in and stop and have some work done on it. So let's come back with Haziq Farouz and the group bunching up behind him. A lot of fast riders in that group. And I think coming up behind them, just giving them some space, was Fazli Sham. There is April King Moscado, the much fancied Filipino. As we look back from the bike of Haziq Farouz, April King pushing hard. Maybe going to be looking for a pass. And a whole gaggle of bikes behind them as they fan out into something resembling a cycling peloton. As he stays at the front there for Uma Racing from the Malaysian side of the Uma Racing garage. And April King from the Philippine side. And there's a bike threatening them just behind, but I couldn't make out who that was. But there are two riders down in the gravel there. Let's take a look at who they are. One of them looks winded. One of them is a 1XOX TKKR bike, but I couldn't see which one it was. Looks like both riders are winded. Hopefully that's all it is. Let's have another look and see what happened there. I think the first rider down was, I think that was Hafiz Arofa, but I'm not sure. No, I beg your pardon. It was Shafiq Rasol who went down there. And unfortunately, when you are running in a tight group, well, look at that, all four Uma Racing machines together. The sponsor's going to be very happy about that. Nice show, guys. So, Akid Aziz at the top of the timing screen at the moment, with an advantage of 0.4 of a second over Nazarul. So good work there from Akid. They're ahead of Hafiz Arofa. Shafiq Rasol, his teammate, is next. Although it was Shafiq that went into the gravel then. April King Moscado 5th, Wawanwelo 6th. Giancarlo Maurizio, the Filipino, next. Going through there, the number 27 bike of Giancarlo Maurizio. So halfway through this 30-minute session now. And we can see on that light blue bike, unfamiliar colours for him, but that's Izzat Zaidi, who narrowly missed out on the championship last year to Wayuaji Trilaksana. There he is. Sorry, no, that's not him. That's the number 13 bike of Akid Aziz. And there is the 98 bike of Izzat Zaidi. That's Nazarul, number 87. On any given race day, one of the most likely riders to take a win. And that's on the orangey red bike. I wish I could think of a name for that Pantone colour. newcomer to this class, Pascon San Luang, for Team One for All. Team One for All is owned and managed by 125 GP legend Wichi Wee. Zeke Farouz just coming through towards the front of that group behind him. That's Haziq Farouz, and that's the number 61 bike of Charles Shazras just behind him. There goes Izzat, Nazrul behind him, Pascon behind him. 21 and 23 coming through there is Gupita Krishna, 2 times champion. Quality of this underbone field is just something so special. They put on a fantastic show every time out. You know you're in for a treat. All you need to do is pick out exactly which bike and riders are in the battle. And there's Haziq Farouz, who's done a lot of leading of this group, towing people around with him. Out a few more as the we get the focus there. There is Haziq, there is Charles Shazras, the number 61, just going past him. Charles Shazras, an exciting rider. Waiwajik Traliksana, number 60, back on track there, so he got that clip-on fixed. He's got one of the UMA racing machines inside him. That is in fact Haziq Farouz. Take a look now, there is Haziq. That's Nazrul Izzat. So here we've got the reigning champion to your left there, Waiwaji Trilaksana, chasing one of the UMA bikes into, I think that's turn 12. And coming out in front, a lot of the UMA bikes just backs off there, runs wide, gets out of the way. Kiddas is still top of the timesheets from Nazrul, from Hafisa, from Shafiq, from April King, from Mwawamwelo, from Giancarlo Maurizio, from Charles Shazras. Next up is Ahmad Fazrul Sham, and 10th is Murabil Vitoni. Vitoni riding as he did last year for LFN H Putra 969 Indonesia. Here we're looking at 2 superb riders in this category, Nazrul and Gupita Krishna, and Haziq Farouz there too. Here goes Haziq, he's got Nazrul right behind him, he's got Gupita Krishna right behind him. Nazrul out, drags him to the line. We're going to see a lot of that yesterday, and just going out of shot there ahead of them was April King Moscado. April King currently in 8th. And a few riders going out wide to have a breather as they completed that quick lap. So there's a second between Akid at the top and Hafisa in P4. Two-and-a-half minute lap for these underbones. There is reigning champion Waiwaji Trilaksana being chased by Pascon San Luang. Pascon would do very well to hold on to the coattails of Waiwaji. I'm not sure that Pascon's got any experience around here, but whether he has or hasn't, it'll be it's a good toe to catch hold of. Follow Waiwaji. Waiwaji, long way down the order. Talking of him, P19. Pascon, who's following him, in P22. So other quick riders capable of significantly improving their positions are Ahmad Fazli Sham, currently down in 16th, John Emerson in Guito 15th, and Dimas Juliet Moko 14th. 13th place Murabil Vitoni, Fazli Sham, brother of Fazli Sham, in P12. All of those capable of doing much better. So riding with Gupita Krishna on the timing screen there. That's Shahrul Shazras, the number 61 bike. Saw some spectacular action from him as a wildcard here. Now he's got the full season to do, and he's pacing himself a little bit more. Not quite so wild, and there you can see a group of 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think there's 11 bikes there. Murabil Vitoni's just got himself up into P3, just 7/10ths behind Akid Aziz, who remains at the top. Gupita in P4. In that group there we saw John Emerson in Guito as well, 22, that's John Emerson. 23, his teammate Gupita Krishna, and another rider getting amongst it with them too. I think I just saw out of the front of that group was Fazli Sham for 1XOX TKKR. Is number 61, Shahrul Shazras. And there is the much fancied, by this commentator anyway, Hafisa Rofa. He really came through strongly last season, emerged as a potential consistent race winner and championship contender, and carried it through to the beginning of this season. Coming into this round, in fact, let me just check, as the championship leader. It's always going to be tight in this championship, but he's got a 2-point lead from Wawan Wello after round 1. And there is Murabil Vitoni, 157 on the LFN machine. They were running gold and black machines last year. Now they've changed the colour scheme. Less than 5 minutes remaining now for this second free practice session of the day. John Emerson in Guito goes through ahead of his teammate Gupita Krishna. Shahrul behind him, and behind him I think that was Nazarul going through. There's Murabil. Some good Filipinos in this category. So with 4 minutes remaining, a lot of bikes coming off into pit lane. And given the 2.5 minute lap, the question is, will they stay in pit lane, or will they make a few quick adjustments and come out for one more flyer? So Akid Aziz still sits on top from Nazarul, from Murabil. Good session from Murabil Vitoni, good session from Gupita Krishna. Hafisa Rofa always there, Izzat Zaidi often there. Shahrul Shazras making his presence felt in this championship. And there we have Fazli Sham along there with Iqbal Amri, the wild card. Fazli goes up the inside, but he's taking it easy. So these riders backed right off. Just a little ride on the countryside on a Friday afternoon for those two at the moment. Gupita in P4, and the fastest bike on track, 171. If you look at that whole gaggle of bikes, it looks like they are going to come out again. Or are they? The riders are off now. I think that was the Pits bike team. There goes one of the Vietnamese Hondas. And that is Nguyen Hu Tri, Honda Racing Vietnam. He is currently 111. Can't see him now on the timing screen. Which means he's 25th. Oh, sorry. No, I think he's 25th. So a little down the order. Other riders capable of improving. John Emerson in Guito, certainly. He's in P16. Fazli Sham in 17. Wayu Aji in P20. He may be continuing this session with that broken clip-on. That could explain it. But here comes Nazarul with his Filipino teammate, April King Moscado. Yep, one of those bikes is coming out. They made that late pit stop 1 minute 28 seconds before the checkered flag comes out, so this will only be a trundle around for that rider. There goes April King, Nazarul, and between them, I think that's, not sure. Oh, number 178. That's one of the Vietnamese bikes. Nguyen Antoine. Robert Vitoni sticks a hand up and moves out of the way to let these guys through. So nobody right now on a hot lap. So that order is probably done and dusted. There is Pascal San Luang, new rider in this class. Underbone racing is not big in Thailand as it is in the Philippines or Indonesia, or here of course in Malaysia, which runs the celebrated Cup Pre-Series. But it's really good for racecraft. And the team, as I mentioned earlier, is owned by Wichiwi, and there is no underbone racing in Japan either, but he recognises the racecraft that racing in this series can give you. There is April King, number 43. He's got Antoine just behind him. And another of the Uma bikes behind him. There's Pasquale again, another look at him. They'll be hoping to run another bike later this season, they tell me. So hopefully they will. They ran a Japanese and a Thai rider last season. Now then, another bunch of riders coming for the last time because the checkered flag is out. Hand up there from that rider at the front. April King keeps his head tucked under the bubble. He's got Nazarul behind him. He's got Antoine just a little bit in the way of those two, so there won't be any surprises on this final lap as April King leads these four bikes across the line. So no change, and well done to Akira Ziz, who was third this morning and now first. And tomorrow morning will be a very interesting one. Let's look at the results perhaps first. And here they are. Akira Ziz, 2018 champion, P1 on 232.927. Next best, Nazarul is at for Uma Racing. Murabul Vitoni for LFN. Great session from him. Gupita Kreshna for 4S1 Evo Yamaha. Afisa Rofa for 1XOX TKKR. Izzat Zaidi for Cardinals. Sharyl Shazras for Estremo Uzi Honda in P7. 8th Hazik Farouz. 9th Shafiq Rasol. 10th April King Moscado. 11th Wawan Wello. 12th Giancarlo Maurizio. 13th Ahmad Fazrul Sham, 14th Dimas Chuli, 15th Hazik Hamdan. And we're not finished yet. Shafiq Rizal, by the way, crashed in that session, so didn't get a full one in, but still managed to finish 9th. I think there's another page. And there it is. Pascal San Luang was 16th, 17th. John Emerson Minguito, Ahmad Fazli Sham, 18th. Iqbal Amri, 19th, 20th. And Nguyen Antoine, 21st. Izam Ikmal, 22nd. Wayu Haji Trilaksana, the reigning champion, who rode a lot of that session with a bent lip-on. 23rd, Shafiq Ezarik, wildcard. Rinaldi Pradana, and 25th, Pajaragon, and 26th, Nguyen Hu Tri, rounding off the 26 rider field. Everybody was out there. That was their last practice session of the day. That's our last practice session of the day. So let me tell you, we'll be back tomorrow morning bright and early at 7:55 AM. We'll be going live. Yelena will be hosting the show tomorrow, so she'll be opening the show at 7:55, and then we'll be going, here you are, you can see it on your screen, 8 o'clock qualifying for Underbone 150s, and then we've got 2 practice sessions, 1A and 1B, for the fastest 1B for the fastest qualifying qualifiers from free practice, and then we've got AP 250 Supersport 600 qualifying, followed by the Super Pole shootout. If you haven't seen one of those before for Underbone 150s, don't miss that. And then at 11:20 we've got ASB 1000 qualifying, and then we'll be into race 1 in the afternoon, when I'll be joined by Daniel Bogas in the commentary box, and Yelena will be in pit lane and doing rider interviews on the grid and in Parc Fermé. So join us then. We're looking forward to an action-packed day tomorrow. Have a good night tonight, and we will see you then. This is the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.